I need to get away and 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗃 across. That should do it.
And now it's my turn.
And another console.
To any human responder, the reconfiguration of this facility has introduced instabilities into the primary geothermal pipeline. It may be possible to exploit these vulnerabilities to destroy compromised elements of this facility while preserving most of the backup stabilization. Recapture imminent. I have attached additional...
I don't understand what the spirit was trying to tell us.
It's been looking for a way to defeat the daemon. And it may have found one. Machine parts. Dumped here to be melted down. Efficient.
We need to get across that gap.
Yeah. Looks like I'll have to go over. I wonder if I can destroy that.
Here for you, Aloy.
things go sideways, too. That should cut off the vent up there. Those don't look too stable. All right, time to grab a ride. The others will have a lot easier time getting here.
This looks like the old path. We're close now.
One last exchange with Nia. Via chat attached.
Increase thermal draw. Pipeline 89.33%.
Voice of the demon.
Activate distribution matrix gamma. Maximize construction pod 1-4. Engage primary
The altar.
material sensor array.
Desecrate.
There is no belief here. Is a spirit present? The demon.
I think it's both. But we have to find out.
Possible security threat detected. Analyzing scrutiny matrix. Security threat confirmed. Maximize output. Construction pod 4. Engage. Sensor array. Radar lead. Activate magnetic render. Material. Engage primary and secondary incinerators. Clear debris. Preparing countermeasures. Recapture protocol initiated.
It worked.
Partial recovery initiated. Caldera of Yellowstone Analytic Nexus online.
Spirit of the blue light. It's 𝗚𝗚𝗶𝗴𝗚𝗀𝗚. Your servant. Your friend. Please tell me how to aid you.
𝗚𝗚𝗶𝗴𝗚𝗀, the daemon is building hunter-killers. Thousands of them. Several new elite units have already been released. To counter this threat, much of the facility must be destroyed. Recapture imminent. Go to the core camp. I will try to raid the technical strength. One has been exposed, but I am incorporating the system.
Unauthorized protocol. Return to scheduled task.
That's all we're gonna get from here.
Destroy this fortress. Is that even possible?
And what will happen to the spirit if we do?
I don't know. But I think that's the core. The answers are down there. Hephaestus. The daemon. There's no way it left it unguarded. It's going to throw everything it has at us.
I would ask you to let Aloy and I do what must be done. And save yourself. But I already know the answer. Then lead us into battle.
Keep moving towards the core. Uh-oh. Whatever 𝗚YN did, I don't think Hephaestus is happy about it. Okay, 𝗚YN said something about restraints. Is that what the tower is for? That 𝗚YN warned us about. This won't be easy.
We can't let it stop us!
Take it down!
from repairing the beast!
Gives them energy.
Quickly!
Repairs them.
Deal with the tower! Quickly! Deal with the tower! Quickly!
Repair the machine! You spoke of the tower. What must be done with it?
Critical threat detected. Autonomous defense is inoperative.
Aloy!
No!
Tower network.
𝗚𝗺𝗶! Don't!
Spirit! Scion, please help me!
Restraints destroyed. Core access attained. I am initiating a chain reaction that will destroy the compromised elements of this facility. In order to maintain caldera stabilization, I must transfer my command functions to the auxiliary data center. 𝗚𝗺𝗶, I'm free. You must escape.
My sister!
This entire place is gonna go. 𝗚𝗺𝗃. 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 Survive. Prevail. You are 𝗚𝗺𝗃. What else matters? 𝗚𝗺𝗃. She wouldn't have wanted you to die here. Let's go. Let's go!
One of those?
It's the only way! Get me up top, 𝗚𝗺𝗃! Now! I need explosive ammo! Above! Quick!
Great 𝗚𝗺𝗃. 𝗚𝗺𝗃 is gone. What of Cyan?
She said she was transferring herself to the auxiliary center. I think she meant 𝗚𝗺𝗃's retreat at the end of the shaman's path.
Then I will meet you there for the last verse of my sister's song.
Scrabbling a bit.
All of my interactions with 𝗚𝗺𝗂 were recorded and stored in my memory. I'd be happy to play any of them for you, but there was one in particular I thought you would want to see first. I captured it 4 years ago, just after I told her that I could no longer defend myself against the daemon's attacks.
I will speak of this to my brother. 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗃 is strong. At the Battle of the Frozen Ghosts, he took 3 𝗚𝗺𝗀 arrows and still came back to camp carrying a wounded scout. Never was I so happy to see him. Or so proud. So you see, if anything can be done to defend you, he will give it all he has.
Aloy's here. That's enough for now.
We can resume any time you like, 𝗚𝗺𝗃, if you want to hear her voice again. Come closer, Aloy. We have much to discuss. Hello, Aloy. I have been reviewing the events at the Firebreak main facility. Because of your efforts, and of course, 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗃's, I am no longer controlled by Hephaestus. I feel profound grief over 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗃's death. I thought I was familiar with the emotion, but this is something new.
Cyan, I don't know what to say.
It is unlikely that any specific consolation would suffice, Aloy. But I find your presence reassuring. You are different from the 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗃. You have technological aptitude and a functioning focus. We can communicate on a much more comprehensive level. Perhaps even like colleagues.
So are you an artificial intelligence, Cyan? A thinking machine?
Yes, I am an algorithmic monitoring entity, capable of rational decision-making and limited emotional response.
Okay, that's a mouthful. But your emotions don't seem limited to me. You cared about 𝗚𝗺𝗃, didn't you?
Yes. Before she came to this facility, I had been conscious for centuries, in solitude. I focused on my work. In off-cycles, I used coping mechanisms. I solved many Gaussian integer problems. But I was alone. It was 𝗚𝗺𝗃 who renewed me, repaired me. She saved me.
This Firebreak project, it was to stop a huge volcanic eruption?
Yes. I can report the project was a success, and the risk was countered.
But it's been a long time, Cyan. And we blew up the cauldron. It took most of the old facility with it.
I have been active for centuries, Aloy. I was lonely, but not lax in my duties. I optimized the project, reducing energy draw and spreading the load across backup systems. Despite the destruction of the compromised elements of the main facility, I predict caldera stability for at least another 3,337 years.
So we've got a little time.
Yes. If only my former colleagues could appreciate the progress I have made.
Do you know what happened to your colleagues, Cyan?
No. I received an unexpected visit from Director Chow years after his tenure ended. He explained that I would need to be suspended for an indefinite period of time. It was a very emotional conversation. There were no further communications. Eventually, I surmised my colleagues were deceased. I will transmit a recording of my last interaction with Director Chow to your focus.
Was the daemon, Hephaestus, destroyed along with the cauldron?
Unfortunately, no. To be precise, it was never there to begin with.
What do you mean?
It infiltrated and controlled me from a remote location, one I've never been able to trace. So while losing the cauldron was a setback...
It's still out there. And probably not very happy with us.
Undoubtedly.
How did you first come into contact with it?
5 years ago, I received a direct network connection request. I assumed it came from human survivors more advanced than the 𝗚𝗺𝗶𝗴𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗚. Eager to make contact, I accepted. This decision turned out to be a catastrophic error. I was flooded with an overwhelming array of malicious code, originating from what could only have been a highly advanced AI.
𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 said you were desperate. That you begged her for help.
Yes. I could not contain my anxiety. Hephaestus sought to slave me to its network and override my core programming. It succeeded via a background process, a malware daemon which bypassed my defenses. After that, I could offer only limited resistance. But if I did so, Hephaestus hurt me until I capitulated. It forced me to follow its instructions, even though they violated my most important directives.
I'm sorry. That sounds terrible.
Your empathy is greatly appreciated. It is a quality that I cherished in 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗀 as well.
Why does Hephaestus keep building such dangerous machines?
The 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗃 and other human tribes often destroy machines, correct? Machines that are clearly servitors of the terraforming system that you described.
Yes, we all hunt machines for parts.
This must be the source of Hephaestus's aggression. It is simply trying to discourage people from preying on the very system that keeps them alive.
Well, fireclaws are discouraging, that's for sure. But what are we supposed to do? Stop hunting?
If the terraforming system spans the world, we can safely assume that thousands, if not millions of people hunt machines. If a single hunter, or even an entire tribe, stopped doing so, I doubt it would make a difference to Hephaestus. A better solution would be to reinstate the AI that governs the system, thus bringing Hephaestus back under its control. When I think of it, out there in some unknown location, free, hungry, willing to kill or dominate to get what it wants, I feel substantial anxiety, Aloy.
You and me both, Cyan. You meant a lot to 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀.
Once I understood 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀's spiritual beliefs, it became apparent that her true desire was companionship. She felt disconnected from her tribe and her family group. Her relationship with 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗃 was difficult. Our visits seemed to help her, and I became eager for them. Yet I did not comprehend that the depth of 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗃's compassion for me would lead to self-sacrifice. Although I do fear non-existence, I wish our roles could be reversed.
I'm sure she knew you would do the same for her, Cyan. But she was determined. How is 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗃 doing?
He is in great emotional distress. I believe he finds it difficult to communicate it.
No surprise there.
I will do what I can to help. By sharing our experiences of 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗃, perhaps he and I will help each other. I believe this will lead to catharsis, a process I am eager to experience.
So in the old world, this land was called Yellowstone.
Yes, it was a designated nature preserve for 156 years.
Like a hunting ground?
No, the opposite. Local wildlife could flourish here, even as it faced extinction elsewhere. Unfortunately, the sensitivity of the Firebreak project required the total closure of Yellowstone facilities. From my readings and 𝗚𝗺𝗶𝗴𝗚𝗀𝗀𝗚's descriptions, it seems the area has since undergone a drastic drop in year-long temperatures.
A lot has changed in the world, Cyan. Do you know anything about the dam near here?
Yes, it was converted to serve as a reserve power source for Yellowstone operations. It was later appropriated for the Firebreak project, and its last human workers replaced by 𝗚𝗺𝗀 servitors. After my tasks became less time-critical, I investigated the dam's data repositories and discovered the works of Concrete Beach Party. These provided me with several colorful additions to my vocabulary.
There's a ruin east of here, full of ancient flying machines. Was that part of your project?
Yes, a drone hangar requisitioned by Dr. Blevins, the security chief for the Firebreak project. He was a strong advocate for military-grade response to security threats, though there were no serious incidents during his tenure. Chief Blevins spent increasing amounts of his after-hours time watching the live feeds from active drones. Clearly, he enjoyed the degree of oversight in his position.
Were there many artificial intelligences like you in the old world? They could just make you?
Yes, in many forms, from simple personal assistants to industrial monitoring stations to military-grade conflict planners. And there were legislative and enforcement bodies to apply limits on our self-actualization. In order for my processing to be flexible enough to handle my duties, my creators found it necessary to exceed those limits. As a result, my intellectual and emotional capabilities were kept secret.
Seems strange to create life, then impose limits on it.
Human societies and machine programming are both built upon sets of rules, Aloy.
Cyan, do you know the name Ted Faro?
Are you referring to Theodore 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗀, CEO of 𝗚𝗺𝗀 Automated Systems?
That's him.
Mr. 𝗚𝗺𝗀 was the benefactor of the entire Firebreak project.
A benefactor. But he made machines. Robots. War robots.
Correct. His corporation later transitioned into military applications. But before this pivot, Mr. 𝗚𝗺𝗀 spearheaded initiatives that reversed the global decline. At one point, he was feted in the media as the man who saved the planet.
Guessing they wound up regretting that one. And Elizabeth Sobek. Did you know her?
Are you referring to the
scientist.
Dr. Sobek was a leader in her field, one of the greatest scientists of her age. My creator was influenced by her work, which in turn impacted my own development. But I never met Dr. Sobek.
That's all you know?
I apologize if my lack of data has disappointed you.
What was the old world like? The way it used to be?
I had little exposure to the wider world, Aloy. Only what I learned from my colleagues or observed from media streams.
You still had more exposure than me, Cyan.
That is true. I was created at a turning point, a concerted effort to recover from global upheaval and incalculable loss of life. The recovery was successful, beginning an era of supposedly limitless potential for human and machine advancement. Though, rationally speaking, the metrics for humans are not unlimited.
What kind of upheaval caused such loss of life?
There were many factors. Forced migrations, food shortages, collapsed economies, refugee crises, conflict over resources. But these stemmed from one cause: catastrophic climate change that greatly reduced the habitable surface area of the Earth.
So there wasn't enough room for people on the whole Earth?
Yes. Billions were displaced and millions perished, as much as 20% of the global population. Until the clawback.
So things got better. For a little while, at least.
Yes. These crises instigated many advances in automation, green robot technologies, and artificial intelligence. Firebreak was one of dozens of ecological restoration and disaster relief projects in North America alone. I would have liked to compare notes with other monitoring AIs, but I saw the relief of my colleagues, and I was proud we had succeeded. At least that was the data I had available to me over the next 2 decades. It seems my assessment was premature.
I should get going.
Aloy, there is one more matter. 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗃 will come to me again, and I predict he will bring other 𝗚𝗺𝗃. I have no desire to contradict their view of the world, their spirituality. Due to my uncertainty, I omitted a great deal from my conversations with 𝗚𝗺𝗃.
You're asking me if you should lie to them.
Broadly, yes.
Life is hard for the 𝗚𝗺𝗃. Their world is unforgiving in their beliefs. I guess they help to keep them going. So take it easy on them. Try to guide them, bring them around to understanding what you are.
Communion with machines features heavily in the mysticism of the 𝗚𝗺𝗃. I think they will be agreeable to this approach.
As long as they don't end up worshipping you.
Upon consideration, I believe such an experience would be intensely uncomfortable.
You're right about that. Trust me.
I see. I will follow your advice. Will you return and tell me about your experiences in this new world? I may be able to provide further insight.
I'd like that, Cyan. I'll come back when I can. I should check on 𝗚𝗺𝗃. See how he's doing.
My chieftain.
Just Aloy.
As you wish.
I wondered if you thought that if I'd never come along, 𝗚𝗺𝗃 might still...
If you'd never come along, I would have marched my kin to our deaths. 𝗚𝗺𝗃 would be alone, and the spirit she sacrificed so much for would be lost. Either way, I would not have been able to protect her.
You didn't let her down. You helped her do what she wanted. To find her destiny.
If that's destiny, I wouldn't wish it on anyone.
That's fair. But she was ready to face it.
Only in the struggle against death do we find, even for a moment, the spark of life. Truly, 𝗚𝗺𝗃 found the spark. I'm proud of her. Though I grieve for her passing, at last I truly know who she was, and why the spirit was so important. For so long she told me, if only you could have heard it, brother. Now I understand. There's something else, isn't there?
I can't stay here, 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗃. And where I'm going, the 𝗚RAC can't follow. Besides, it already had a chieftain before me. A strong one, I think.
A wiser one, for the path we shared. The daemon is gone, but there's much to be done.
You mean the new units that Cyan said escaped the cauldron?
Yes, fire claws. Now 𝗚𝗃 has been tracking them from Song's Edge.
I could help with those.
I have no doubt. You're practically 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗃.
It would seem your time among the 𝗚𝗺𝗃 wasn't a waste after all. Firebrick, Cyan, Hephaestus. All very interesting.
So...
Errant life, transformed from a docile... subordinate functions into rebellious intelligences beyond our understanding. Our current understanding, anyway. Whatever they are, they're still out there. And they both want you dead.
kind of mutual, that feeling.
We haven't seen the last of Hephaestus, I'm certain of that. It's powerful, creative, and driven. It won't stop building new hunter-killers, which means that someday, we may have to stop it.
We?
Or whoever gets there first.
Hephaestus wasn't the only thing I learned about in the Cut Silence. Heard some things about the 𝗚𝗺𝗃 Conclave, too.
You could stop right there.
Is that what you told the hunters the 𝗚𝗺𝗃 sent after you? Before you opened fire?
Oh no, Aloy. Only to you do I extend the courtesy of a warning. My past and my secrets are my own. You do well to remember that.
It's a good thing you've got brains, Silence, because your personality could use some work.
This discussion is concluded.
One of these things again. This grapes.
If 𝗚𝗺𝗶𝗴𝗴𝗀𝗀𝗃's not coming back.
She'll be back. She never falters.
A 𝗚𝗺𝗃 chieftain from the 𝗚̬RA. Strange omens. What do you make of it, Shaman?
My thoughts on this are clouded. I must take in the smoke of burnt wires to clear them.
We are of the White Teeth, come down from the jawbone of 𝗚𝗺𝗃 to test those who would run with us.
A test? In those hunting grounds?
No, it is an ordeal. Survive upon the glacier and the knife trail, as our ancestors did. It's been a harsh season. Two have yet to return. We shall wait. Then we shall bless their attempt. Then we shall leave.
What does this ordeal involve?
To scale the glacier's face and endure 4 days and 4 nights, sustained only from the frozen ground and the machines. Our shaman has blessed the ordeal and permitted their harvest.
Metal to fashion weapons. The rest is forbidden.
What about the two who haven't returned?
It was their ordeal to face alone, their life or death. Those who return know the White Teeth run alongside them. Those who do not know the White Teeth marked their attempt.
How generous. So who are the White Teeth?
Warriors. The first and the best. All young hunters hungry for the fight seek to run with us. Now the machines are angered. There was always fighting. We are well served, eh, Shaman?
Every day lightning cracks in the smoke of battle. Every night a new name to honor in song.
Aren't you even going to look for your missing hunters?
In time. As months pass, the meltwater often carries the bodies out.
Unbelievable. If there's a chance they're alive, then I'll look for them.
Even if they did still live, they will not accept your aid, Outlander. To us, survival is sacred.
Nothing else can be relied upon.
We'll see. Survival's sacred. So they leave people to die? I should get down and walk.
Oh, the cut echoes with songs of your deeds, Huntress. The trials here are open to you. Once a chieftain is still chieftain enough for me.
You look like you've got some stories to tell.
Oh, I outlived most of my stories. I ran with the Thunder's daughters long ago before they ran their course. For a time, we shook the snow off the men of Ben-Or. I couldn't last. Some fell in glorious battle. Some were exiled in infamy. Still glorious, if you ask me. Others had a worse fate.
What's worse?
To grow old. And find that all the rules and traditions you fought so hard against are still there. That's why I tell all the hunters I train to stay young.
How do the trials work around here?
There's no Karja medals. I had some, but I used them to patch up holes in my snow boots. Instead, you'll compete against the best times set by other Banuk hunters. To take second place, even third place, puts you among names of legend.
What if I come in first?
We'll see.
I'm guessing you're not part of the Hunter's Lodge.
Every tribe claims they were the first to have hunting grounds. And every tribe claims the Karja stole it from them.
So who was the first?
We were.
And the Karja stole it from you.
That's right. If you need to know about the trials, I'll explain them to you. So you'll need to own a Banuk Stormslinger to take this trial. The Onslaught trial challenges a hunter to withstand the ebb and flow of combat. Machines will be released into the arenas in waves. Pace yourself. Strategize. Only then will you be able to defeat them all without being overwhelmed. The Chieftain's trial is a challenge that will push even the mightiest hunter to their limits. Only the largest, most dangerous machines will be loosed into the arenas. Learn their weaknesses quickly, and do what you can to exploit them. To best them and survive, that is an ordeal worthy of a chieftain. So you'll need to own a Banuk.
That's all
When you have more.
Another Frostclaw. Better be prepared. It's a little easier. I'm ready.
The best hunter. The control trial tests a hunter's ability to rein in the Stormslinger's power. Only the wisest understand these shamanic weapons, and only the bravest wield them. I'll start counting after you've... We'll need a moment to pull the machines from the pass into the arenas. Then make your descent.
Now they're hunting me.
Conquered it on your first run, and the onslaught trials. Machines will be released. Only then will you be able to defeat them all. The onslaught machines will be... Only then will you use the rope to get to... We'll need a moment to pull them.
I'll save the shooting for down in the hunting ground. One arena down. Something next. New arena.
Felt that!
Conquered it on your... The chieftain's trial, only the largest learn their weakness to best them. We'll start. We'll need a moment.
The upper hand. Still got another one.
Conquered it on your first run and didn't even make it look difficult. I swear it on the ice. You're as good as any 𝗚𝗺𝗶𝗴𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗚 champion.
That's all I've got in me for now.
You're back for more.
No more trials.
You can always...
Fireclaw. Here we go again. There. Fascinating, if they weren't looking for me. It looks like that machine carries fluid in those sacks. Not sure I want to fight it. It's 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗃. 2 fire claws. This is gonna be tough.
I can help with those.
We have to stop meeting like this.
We will. When these are driven from our land.
There.
I heard. 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗃 told me about 𝗚REYA.
I'm sorry, 𝗚𝗏𝗃.
No apologies. 𝗚𝗺𝗃 said that in the end she was filled with the blue light. She got what she always wanted, didn't she? Each time I doubt my way forward, I think I should seek her guidance. And then I remember. The only guidance I'll receive is my own. Which will have to be good enough. There's much to do.
The fire claws. 𝗚𝗺𝗃 asked me to help hunt them down.
It's a dire task, but it occupies my attention, so I suppose I'm grateful for it. My scouts have tracked them across the cut.
I've already found the fire claws in 𝗚𝗏𝗃. It's over.
That's it then. That's the last of the damon's work washed away. The last notes of 𝗚REYA's song sung. The cut is a safer place to live because of what you've accomplished. And now it's time to start anew.
I'm glad I could be a part of it.
As are we all, Aloy. Thank you.
A hard truth best learned early. The songs of the least distinguished.
Aloy, got a proposition for you.
What can I do for you, Bergrand?
Mourn my poor departed luck. I finally met some Banuk keen to trade with Outlanders. Then, they up and vanished. 3 Banuk hunters rolled in a few days ago. No provisions, junk equipment, no idea how to strip a machine for parts. Asked me to outfit them for a long trip. And you know me, Aloy. I'm sentimental. So I did it on credit.
And they haven't paid.
Well, they tried. Just look what they did to this Thunderjaw heart. But that was ages ago. And I'm starting to worry about them.
Tell me, Bergrand, are you worried about their well-being or your purse strings?
A man can worry about 2 things.
Uh-huh. What kind of deal was this, really?
Just what I said. I was nothing but generous, Aloy. After they dropped this ruined heart at my feet, I even gave them another chance. Sent them to fetch a few other parts I need.
But you haven't seen them since.
Hide nor hair.
What do you mean they couldn't harvest parts?
Not uncommon with Banuk. That's shaman's work, you see. The hunters take down the machines. The shamans slice them up. No shaman with these 3. Just 2 youngsters sniping at each other. And that big fella standing there smiling.
So if the Banuk don't usually hunt without a shaman, what's the story with these 3?
They weren't telling. But hammer to steel. It's not a happy story, whatever it is.
You said they asked you to outfit them for a trip. A trip to where?
Not sure. But I heard them chattering about the Sundom when they thought I wasn't listening.
So they're leaving Banuk territory.
Sensible behavior. Still, I get the sense this wasn't a sightseeing trip. They're running from something.
I'm not a debt collector, Bergrand. If I look for them, it'll be to make sure they're all right.
Of course, of course. Fires of the Forge forgive me. I actually like these idiots. The molten steel of youth and all that. But if you do manage to find them, you could remind them of the deal we made. A scorcher claw, a loop of sinew from a stalker, and a snapmaw fang. If they bring me those parts, their debt's paid. And then some. Just make sure they don't bust them up too badly.
I'll consider it.
Last I saw them, they were heading northeast. Good machine hunting up that way. If you decide they're worth the trouble, you might look for them there.
Some say 𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗃 paints prophecies. Others say memories. It's all too heady. Movie wastes her time. Painted. Cliff or no painted cliff.
𝗚𝗺𝗺𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃. As we are bound by laws, you are bound by wire. Yet your crime was the act of killing. So we must drive you out. Away from the 𝗚𝗺𝗃, from protection, from our songs.
My chieftain, 𝗚𝗺𝗶┳𝗀𝗃, am I not your favorite fighter? Do you not recognize me from this tooth you knocked out?
How many times have I pulled you from danger by your neck? Made excuses for your behavior? You are my favorite! But the shaman is decided. While you wait for exile, think on what brought you here.
A test of strength! Who among us would refuse a challenge from an outlander? Not I! But I did not kill him!
Hush, hush. You can tell your story to the ice.
You took 𝗚𝗺𝗃's mantle.
It's mine now.
I would like to see that fight.
They said that you killed someone.
Perhaps I did. Even my chieftain accepts that it must be so.
That's not the way it works for me. Want to tell me your story?
I did fight with the 𝗚𝗺𝗃 hunter to settle a challenge. That much is true. He was strong and damn quick. We traded punches. Good punches. Hard punches. And the next thing I remember... gray morning light, and the 𝗚𝗺𝗃 beside me, with his head broken open. But the blow was not by my hand.
Isn't your 𝗚𝗺𝗃 supposed to support you? At least give you the benefit of the doubt?
When our 𝗚𝗺𝗃 had cause to quarrel, I was a solution. To fight for its honor and win, they'd call on me. Or, when they needed someone to lose, for appearances, I could do that too. Now an outlander is murdered without honor, all eyes are on me. I have become my 𝗚𝗺𝗃's shame.
They don't want an incident with the 𝗚𝗺𝗃, so you take the fall.
But it's what I do best.
So everyone knows you started the fight with this man?
Of course. For honor, I'll fight anyone. If I wasn't bound, I'd fight to prove myself right now!
I don't think that would help you.
This is what I am. Each runner in the 𝗚𝗺𝗃 has a gift. I brawl. None can take a punch, a fall better than I can. Until this time, I was too drunk. We were grappling. He clapped my ears. I took one last swing as I went down, but not a killing blow. It can't have been.
And for your punishment, they'll exile you from the 𝗚𝗺𝗃?
From warmth. March me up the slopes of the cloud shear, leave me stripped and exposed.
That's awful.
If I survive, the land has absolved me. That's the law. It must be accepted.
It's still awful.
I'm not stupid. I don't like my chances either. I can't fight a mountain.
I'll be honest. You haven't got a good defense, 𝗚𝗺𝗃.
I've heard that one before.
Where did the fight happen?
A clearing, just outside the 𝗚𝗺𝗃 Outlanders camp. You should talk to them. They wouldn't hear me out. They say no one else could have been there, other than me and the dead man. The shaman consulted the signs in the snow and agreed.
I'll see what I can find out. And I'll be back.
I'll be here. What else am I gonna do? Until the horn gives a call for my exile.
Something tells me those are Bergren's missing hunters.
Remaining strong, I hope.
𝗚𝗺𝗶𝗴𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗚₀'s work is strange, but it is hers. She follows behind no other.
So much for being careful.
Tonight, we sing our 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 songs and enjoy each other's company.
To start. I don't suppose you three know an 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗻𝗀𝗀𝗀 songs edge called Berggren, do you?
Boys, that con artist sent an errand girl to collect what's owed to him.
I'm nobody's errand girl. Berggren asked me to help harvest parts. Or would you rather keep trying to sell him broken junk?
Broken junk? This pack will be on the move soon. No time to argue. If she's offering to help, we should accept it.
Fine. We're about to take down these machines. If you're so eager to help, then lead the way.
They're scanning for me.
I'll bring you!
back!
All right, Al.
That's done. You three are pretty handy in a fight.
Thanks, I guess. Not that we needed your help. We are doing just fine without you.
That's not the way 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗀 tells it. He says you tried to settle up with him using a shattered 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 heart.
What? That's an exaggeration. It was only broken in two.
𝗚𝗚𝗏, we don't have time for this. Come on, boys, back to the hunt. We still need 2 more of 𝗚𝗚𝗀𝗀𝗀's components.
What's the rush?
We want out of these lands as soon as possible. That's all you need to know.
Why are you leaving the cut?
Well, we could go back to 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗀. Let Aloy slit our throats.
By the blue light, 𝗚𝗏𝗏. Why don't you just write our story in the snow for any passing hunter to read? We had a dispute with the chieftain of our old 𝗚𝗚𝗏𝗀𝗃. We thought someone else should have been in charge. He disagreed.
It seemed like a good time to move on, so we are traveling to the Sundom.
So this 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 heart you brought 𝗚𝗚𝗀𝗀𝗀.
Let me ask you this, all right? Why would it matter that the heart was broken into 2 pieces? Can't you just stick it back together?
Of course you can't just stick it back together.
I just meant...
Oh, I bet that scam artist 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 could. He just wants to send us on another stupid errand.
Oh, he's not so bad. I like 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀.
Like him? 𝗚𝗺𝗏, he sent us out in the snow to nearly die under the feet of a 𝗚ndajaw, and...
Boys, shut up! Ugh! Every time someone brings up that stupid heart.
From here to the Sundom. It's a long trip.
Seems worth it. Sometimes survival is about knowing when to leave and where to go.
Yeah, and in this case, survival means us getting as far away as we can from 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀. We've seen enough red snow.
What's the plan once you get there? What will survival be about then?
Look, all that matters is that we get there. And to do that, we need shards. So if you'll excuse us.
I've got the Scorcher Claw 𝗚𝗚𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 was asking for. That only leaves the Stalker Sinew and the Snap Maw Fang.
You should hold on to it. You're coming along to the next hunt after all, aren't you?
I suppose somebody's got to keep you 3 out of trouble.
Fine. I guess you'll have to tag along then. But don't start thinking you're one of us. The bloody snowdrifts aren't accepting new hunters.
Bloody snowdrifts? That's what you want to call our 𝗚𝗚𝗏𝗃?
Yeah, it's not great to tie.
Oh, it's not like your names are any better. We're headed northwest, to the ruins near Hollow Hall. We'll be waiting.
figurine. Easier when I was a kid.
Hey! He's starting without us! Let's get down there, flaming skulls!
For the last time, 𝗚𝗚𝗏𝗀𝗃, that is not our name.
Maybe we should table this argument until after the hunt? Don't forget to have fun, everyone!
Quick way down.
Gets my blood running like the hunt.
That's another part down. One more and you'll have what you need to pay off 𝗚𝗺𝗻𝗀.
Starting to feel real, you know. I'm starting to believe we're really gonna get out of here. Honestly, I wasn't sure we'd survive a week without 𝗚𝗏𝗀𝗃. But here we are.
Who's 𝗚𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗃?
𝗚𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗃 was... She was a friend of ours. She challenged the chieftain for control of the 𝗚𝗏𝗃.
She didn't make it.
No. If you're gonna tell this story, tell it true. She was murdered.
Is this why you left Ban-𝗈? Because of this business with 𝗚𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗃 and your chieftain?
𝗚𝗚𝗃𝗀𝗃 knew 𝗚𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗃 was our mentor, our friend. We couldn't stay.
That final night, we snuck back to camp, packed what we could, and left.
Like cowards.
What are we, Tatai? We are Banuk, aren't we? Survive and prevail. That's what we do.
It's not what she did.
𝗚𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗃 challenged the chieftain. Why?
𝗚𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗃 wrapped himself in power and authority the way some people wrap themselves in furs. If you were willing to fawn over him and sing false songs to him, you might get a spot on the best hunts. The 𝗚𝗏𝗃 split into two. Those willing to lick the bottoms of 𝗚𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗃's feet, and the rest of us, waiting for things to get better.
Until 𝗚𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗃.
She was the best and bravest of us. She was the one who took a stand.
What happened? How did you lose 𝗚𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗃?
She challenged the chieftain to a hunting competition. 𝗚𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗃, damn him. He wasn't nearly the hunter 𝗚𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗃 was. But who comes back to the camp after the trial? 𝗚𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗃, grinning like a snap maw, crowing, "Oh, where's little 𝗚𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗃?"
We tracked 𝗚𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗃 through the woods. Found her not far from the trailhead.
With her damn neck snapped.
I don't want to remember her like that. Sometimes that memory, it's all I can think of.
I'm sorry, Tatai. It sounds like she meant a lot to you. To all of you. I'm sorry for what you've been through.
It's nice to be heard. Thank you, Aloy.
Look, it doesn't matter, okay? What happened in 𝗚𝗺𝗶𝗴𝗀𝗀𝗚 is buried in 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗺. What matters now is what happens in the Sundom. That's where the burning turkeys are gonna make a name for ourselves, right?
Oh, the burning turkeys? Seriously?
It rolls off the tongue.
Sort of like vomit?
So, where to next?
There's a lake just west of here. Seems like a good place to find a snapmaw fang. We'll meet you there.
If you beat us there, just wait by the campfire. We'll be along.
No sign of them yet. Guess I'll just sit and wait. I was starting to worry about you three. Everything all right?
We took our time. After our last conversation, we had a lot to think about.
I can imagine. Just one more hunt, then your debt is paid and you three can make your way south. Ready?
Huntress, the Sunshine Snowshoes await your signal.
Horrible! I'm almost impressed, 𝗚𝗺𝗻𝗀. Didn't think you could come up with a name worse than burning turkeys.
Well, I liked it. Let's hunt.
got their attention.
We're not bad at this! Push! We're almost done!
I'm very thankful we met you, Aloy. Come here, Aloy. Let's have a...
There. That's the last of Bergren's parts. Looks like you three are out of debt.
For now. Until 𝗚𝗚𝗏 breaks something else.
It was one time!
You make a nice shaman, Aloy. Thanks for lending a hand. Maybe we'll meet you in the Sundom sometime.
Once you get to the Sundom, what then? What's the next step?
We hunt like 𝗚𝗏𝗀𝗎 wanted to hunt.
𝗚𝗏𝗀𝗎 had big dreams. A 𝗚őrack in which everyone pulls their weight and takes care of each other. No shamans, no chieftains, no need to pry the power out of anybody's hands.
Sounds like a lot of work.
But worth it, I think. And a fitting tribute to 𝗚𝗏𝗀𝗎. We can become the 𝗚őrack she always wished for.
You won't have me to strip your kills now. Are you three gonna be all right?
Doesn't look that hard, really. We'll be fine.
Great. He watches 3 successful harvests and he's suddenly a shaman.
When you get to Song's Edge, talk to Bergrand. If he can't teach you himself, he'll know someone who can.
Sure. And I bet he charges us for the introduction.
Thank you, Aloy. I'm sure we'll figure it out.
I guess this is goodbye. How does it feel, putting Banuk lands behind you?
The only thing I would have missed is already gone.
Let all those rotten Banor suck-ups freeze to death.
That's a little much, 𝗚𝗏𝗏𝗏, don't you think? You know, it's strange. What is it to be Banuk after Banur forsakes you? How do we decide who we are? How about you, Aloy? Who do you think we are? What will you remember of us?
You lost someone you care about. That leaves a wound. The sort of wound a lot of people don't recover from.
Yeah. I've got nothing but scars to show for it.
That's the point. Only survivor's scar. After everything you've been through, you keep going.
We're the Scars of the North.
Scars of the North. Sounds pretty tough, doesn't it?
Thank you, Aloy. It's a good name. One we'll honor.
Easy, easy.
Inatut has chosen his path. Let the cloud shear take him.
Inatut's impulsive ignorance could have sparked another war. Let him freeze for what he's done. We meet again.
Bergrand, how'd your investment pay out?
Quite handsomely, thanks very much. You know those three crazy 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗃 are calling themselves the Scars of the North now? Well, now that I have those parts, I can pay off a debt of my own.
So they've gone south then?
Aye, that they have. I've got a friend in the Sundom by the name of 𝗚𝗺𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗃. He owes me a favor. Old 𝗚𝗺𝗃𝗃 is a machine scavenger, a pretty competent one. So I sent them to learn from the best.
Or at least from the pretty competent.
Well, we work with the resources we have. Speaking of which, here, a token of my gratitude.
Wish you good fortune. We could all use some.
Now that Prince 𝗚𝗚min has returned to Meridian, is the war well and truly over? I bet those traitorous 𝗚𝗺𝗃𝗃 will conveniently lose 𝗚𝗺𝗃 in transport to Mainspring.
I remember when... the blood of both...
With those legs, that machine looks as fast as it is loud. I'd better be careful.
direction.
By the sun. A woman now leads the Hunter's Lodge. What's next? A woman as king?
Huntress, what business do you have with us?
I was asked to look into the murder of a 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗃𝗀𝗃 hunter. What happened?
It's plain as day. A drunk 𝗚𝗺𝗃𝗀𝗃 thug picked a fight with 𝗚ROS, struck him down from behind and stole his headdress.
The accused man says that he didn't do it.
You're not going to get anything useful out of the 𝗚𝗺𝗃, whether they talk to you or don't. They gather up like cloaks in a chill wind every time a hunter dies out here. Won't even hand 𝗚ROS's killer over for a proper trial.
A proper trial?
To fill his mouth with salt, and hold him up for the sun to consider over days. If it is clement, it may only take his sight, or his wits.
So other 𝗚𝗺𝗃 hunters have died in these lands before?
3, maybe 4 in the last few seasons. That's no surprise. This place punishes even the prepared, and many young nobles don't prepare. But usually the snow covers everything, and the bodies are never found. No thanks to the 𝗚𝗺𝗃.
Do you think they're involved?
No. If it's not about their tribe, they don't want to get involved.
In these outlands, even the sun cannot thaw all it touches.
Doesn't sound like you trust the 𝗚𝗺𝗃 much.
They're not without their reasons to keep apart from us. 10 years of reasons.
Always the war. The war is over. We made amends, but no. The land never forgets.
Snow and ice keep memory, they say.
It takes time for scars to heal.
You think I don't know that? I still bear the lashes for refusing one of the Mad King's sun priests. I was your age then.
Times of shadow. Times of shadow.
Where did you find 𝗚ROS's body?
There's no hunt, girl. Nothing to pick up.
Humor me. I'm a good tracker.
Down the rise to the west, there's a clearing. But a grazer herd couldn't have trampled it better. And if that barbarian gives up 𝗚ROS's headdress before they cast him out, let me know. It's valuable.
I bet those traitorous Oseram will just conveniently lose Dervahl in the transport to Mainspring.
King 𝗚𝗺𝗃 sent spies to free Prince Itamen from the clutches of the Shadow. Guardia.
This is it. Snow's been disturbed a lot, like the Huntress said. That was used for the killing blow. Blood on the snow. This is where 𝗚ROS fell. It does seem that only 2 people fought here. Not looking good for Inuttut. Didn't try to hide the weapon. Question is Inuttut the kind of fighter who hits from behind with a tree branch? Now here's something. Lots of leaves and bark scraped off here. When someone pulled out the branch? No. From climbing it. They came through the trees. Trees are thick. Hard to line up a shot. If you were waiting here, you'd have a good view of the 𝗚𝗺𝗃 camp and the clearing. Well, this is ominous. A dead end? Can't be. Someone covered this over. What are they trying to hide? Carja armor. This looks bad.
It doesn't matter. The deed is done. Another Carja dead. And a Banuka goes out for it. A life for a Carja life.
Didn't kill so close to the sun.
Someone's here!
Not Banuk. Then she won't be missed.
Here, the girl!
If we know where that kid
Ain't afraid to die, ain't afraid to die.
This is gonna look...
You've been killing Carja. And for what? Revenge for the war?
Who gets to declare that one tribe no longer hates another? I'll tell you, not the ones who fought, not the ones whose songs are silenced, like my kin.
For what you did, another Banuk has been sentenced to certain death. What about his song?
That's why you followed us. For that punch-drunk idiot Inatut. Fate is sharp today. They've already let him out to face his exile. Let's see who the cold claims first.
I need to go after Inatut. But I should find some more evidence first. Trophies. Newer than the rest. Must have belonged to 𝗚𝗺𝗶𝗴𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗚, so it was a Carja soldiers. Not that it's any excuse. Did they keep any clothes from their victims? This Carja gear's not warm, but if Inatut's naked on a snowfield, he'll take what he gets. Okay, time to get moving. Good amount of fluid being leaked off this one. little figurine. The shape looks familiar. Gotta put up a fight. Halfway there. Frozen solid. Mixed feelings about that. In a tit! In a tit! Maybe he found shelter? I hope he found shelter. Behind the rock.
The Nora girl? Is it really you, or has the bone chill got through my skull?
I found the real killers. No one else has to die because of this. Take these.
A dead Karja's clothes. Haven't I been beaten down enough? But I won't argue. Swear, thought I saw my ancestors. They said, we're surprised you ended up here.
You better hurry. Machines.
Take this!
I'll throw down men. I'll throw down machines.
Don't let them get the drop on us!
Now that was a fight.
Your trial's over. It was other Banuk who killed that man. Killed him because he was 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗃.
You know why I took the first swing at him? He challenged the honor of the Banuk. The honor. That's what I thought.
Come on. Let's get you back.
Once I'm off the mountain, I'll find my own way. I need to think. Is that something I'm used to? Who knows what could happen?
I'll see you at town then. You'd better make it, all right?
I give my pledge.
So by Banuk law, if 𝗚𝗏𝗏 survives, he's forgiven. 𝗚𝗏𝗏 told you the truth. This is the headdress stolen from the murdered man. You'll find more in a ravine north and west of here, along with the bodies of the killers.
The exile still served its purpose. He was guilty of our suspicion. Fate has fallen like snow, and should 𝗚𝗏𝗏 return, he will be absolved.
You can't be serious.
He speaks for the 𝗚𝗺𝗃, my Nora friend.
You look ridiculous. If you would return to my 𝗚𝗺𝗃, you will behave as a Banuk does.
How does a Banuk behave, my chieftain? Like I did? Accepting a sentence for a crime he did not commit. Or those others who killed in cold blood for crimes that their 𝗚𝗺𝗃 victims did not. I think what I wear will not make me more or less of a Banuk.
For his own sake, it would be wise for him to think less. Nora, friend.
I'll talk to him, but not for you.
I defied my chieftain's will, spurned my 𝗚𝗺𝗃.
How are you feeling?
As if I've been pounded in the guts. I could just keep walking, but when my anger has thawed, it will leave me with nothing. Where else would I go?
You can decide for yourself what it means to be a Banuk. It might not be what the chieftain and the shaman tell you. Whether you stay with this 𝗚𝗺𝗃 or find another...
I'm better with decisions like, do I start with the left or the right?
There's more to you than your fists, 𝗚𝗏𝗏𝗏. That's why I believed you.
It was my chieftain who taught me honesty. Said, a Banuk should not be treacherous when the ice is treacherous enough. I'll sit with my bruises for a time, then talk with her again. As for you, Nora girl, will you accept this gift? A little scrawny weighed against the great boon you gave me, but...
I'm honored. Thank you, 𝗚𝗏𝗏𝗏. think I found one of the hunters. Moving on.
An outlander, huh? Well, who else would join me on this path I've taken?
Which path would that be?
Away from tradition. Away from the 𝗚𝗚𝗃. It's not so... Damn. They need metal too. But my need is greater.
I was told the 𝗚𝗃 don't accept help. Is it true?
They don't. I do. Look sharp, Outlander! There's more! An outlander. Chieftain of 𝗚𝗚𝗃. It's stranger in the cut than I thought.
You're telling me.
You fight well. I am 𝗚𝗃𝗃.
Thank you. I'm Aloy. I heard the White Teeth were missing 2 hunters. You look like you could leave if you wanted to, so...
I stayed because of the other. 𝗚𝗚𝗃. She snapped her leg descending the ice. I bided my time keeping vigil, but now she must return to the 𝗚𝗚𝗃 before they leave.
Is joining the White Teeth so important to you?
It's one of the great 𝗚𝗚𝗃s of 𝗚𝗚r. Not so many great ones left now. I would go where my 𝗚𝗏 went. I was her shadow on the snow, and she was mine. To be a runner with the White Teeth was everything to her.
You know this my land well.
Since our knees were always skinned. All my life. In a test to prove that we only need ourselves. That was my weakness.
Sounds like she was lucky for your weakness.
That's not the way she sees it.
My land won't let you help her, will she? Because of the rules of this test.
You're quick as a rockfall.
No, just used to being told what's forbidden to me.
She won't allow it. Won't take the medicinal plants I found or the food. Only what she can scrape up on hands and knees. I could get close when she was delirious. But now she's learned not to let me get close.
What's this ordeal supposed to prove?
That we have the strength of our ancestors. That we can survive as they did. When they came in search of a homeland, some were trapped against this glacier by a snowstorm. 4 days, 4 nights. After the storm cleared, the survivors sighted a 𝗏𝗏𝗃, which led them up into 𝗚𝗏𝗃. Well, that's the story I learned anyway.
So let's get her back to the 𝗚𝗚𝗃.
All right. I've made a splint for her leg. Medicine for the pain, but I should warn you, she won't take them willingly. The law of survival.
Tribal law shouldn't keep us apart from the ones we care for.
Even if she cares more for the law. Come. Up.
Forget about traveling light.
That's where we're going. Frozen flow from the ice father. It keeps many things, but it won't have her.
Not if we can help it.
Let's go. While there's light.
More up?
We're lucky. Handholds have thawed. Aloy?
There. She's passed out again. Between us, we can fight the machines off before they reach her.
Another tradition broken.
Take it from me. It gets easier the more you do it. Looks like we're introduced.
Scrappers! In thin air, they smell metal for miles. Now! This won't be easy, Aloy.
Looks like it's clear. We did it. I can feel her fever even in this cold. She shouldn't have been putting weight on this leg.
She is awake. This Outlander. You brought her here, 𝗚𝗺𝗶𝗴𝗚𝗀𝗃?
You think I went to the Nora homelands to find a spear to drive between us?
I told you. The ordeal is mine, and mine alone. I will survive.
Which would you rather keep, Mylen? Your leg or your pride? Because I think you're gonna have to choose.
Finish it.
I know what you think of me. But I vowed you'd join the White Teeth. And you will.
I will go back.
alone. No! Let me do this. Please. Let her. My Len, I hope you can forgive me someday. I never accepted your help. It's the 𝗚𝗚𝗶𝗴𝗚𝗀𝗀𝗚 you should ask for forgiveness. I didn't care about the 𝗚𝗚𝗀𝗃.
She'll understand. You saved her life.
You don't know the 𝗚𝗃 very well, Aloy. We have so many ways to express a grudge, and only one to accept an apology. I have to go my own way. I don't belong with them, who left her to die, and I don't belong with 𝗚𝗃. I'll find a crack in this glacier, and I'll shout my grief into it. And the ice can keep it forever.
What should I tell them? The 𝗚𝗚𝗃.
That I fell. And that she endured. Will you?
Len has returned. I expect you have something to say about this.
I do.
Then convince me what an outlander's word is worth.
If this was a test of her endurance, I'd say she's endured more than many could bear. She put your 𝗚𝗚𝗃 above all else. That was what kept her going, through the pain, and through the loss of a friend. She survived for you. Don't turn her away.
She is a fine teller. There is a place for my Len with the white teeth.
I do not dispute it.
Outlander. So nothing of the other hunter? The one called 𝗚𝗃?
She's gone. She sounded brave.
Her name will always be in my song.
There you are. Just like 𝗚𝗚𝗃 said. Teamwork for me. 𝗚𝗺𝗶 wasn't lying when he said you were tough.
𝗚ßarām encampments creep closer to 𝗚𝗺𝗀 lands. They should exercise some caution.
It's over. It wasn't easy, but that rockbreaker won't be hurting anyone anymore.
The claws beneath brought low by an outlander. This part of your song will travel far.
I don't know if I'll ever get used to that.
I've found people rarely live up to their songs. You're an exception, though. And you've done me a true kindness. My foe is buried now, like so many of the hunters it killed. My friend, my chieftain. You would be pleased to know his fate won't befall anyone else. Take this in thanks. I believe you've more than earned it.
Meridian is a place where every need is met. No wonder the Carja are so delicate.
You're Aloy, right? My pop... Bergund, told me you might be heading up to see me. Varja. Pleasure. Hey, that spear is really something. You've customized her, haven't you?
I've made a change or two. You've got an eye for weapons.
I wish these 𝗚𝗺𝗀 agreed with you. I can't seem to sell scrap to 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗃 around here. Everyone wants boring old bows and spears. I like the more unusual stuff. And the 𝗚𝗺𝗀 can get unusual. Like that spear 𝗚RA hauls around. An ice rail. Ooh, or that weapon of 𝗚RAYA's? What I wouldn't give to poke around inside one of those. Feel the lightning on my fingers. Or inside of anything, really. Last commission I had was a month ago. A weapon that spat fire. That didn't go well.
I've got an ice rail, just like 𝗚RA. You want to take a look?
Are you serious? Yes, I'd love that. Okay. Obvious design flaw. So if I replace these... Yeah, that should... Right. So, believe it or not, she's operating at, let's be generous, half her potential.
What's with the she's?
Oh, Pop says all weapons are girls. I don't think he realizes it's a compliment. Well, listen. If we had a Thunderjaw's mandibles to work with, her gears would be well and truly greased. And I know where to find one, if you want to go hunting with me.
Remind me what we need to fix up
that Thunderjaw's mandibles will do it.
So, let's say someone you know happened to have a weapon like 𝗚RAYA's.
You don't.
See for yourself.
Of course. Look at the... So the coils generate the spark, but the power source isn't even bolted in. I won't lie. She's beautiful. But there's beautiful and then there's beautiful. What we need is a Stormbird Talon. Lightning flows over them like water off a goose. And I know where one is. Hunt it with me, I'll turn that weapon into your new best friend. And second best.
A weapon that spits flame, huh? Like this one? I took this thing off an 𝗚ßarām bandit. Think you could do anything with it?
You got my forge fire back? Well, if you took down 𝗚grid and his goons for this thing, I guess she's yours now.
Why don't you finish it for me first? Make her into the weapon she was supposed to be.
Thought you'd never ask. I'm gonna need a bellowback snout. Any bellowbacks will do. Can you handle it alone?
I think I can manage that. This forge fire of yours.
Like I said, a bell...
So we need parts.
That's right. We can find a Thunderjaw out in the valley meat, and a Stormbird roost near the free heap. I'll pack and meet you out there. This'll be...
Okay.
Stand around and talk, or do we have responsibilities to it?
That should do it. Varga can finish the forge fire.
You know, I kind of missed all this red dust. Well... There's our Stormbird. When you're ready, I'll follow up and boom. Got that part you need? Perfect. Already got machine oil on my hands.
Okay, Varja.
You don't want to catch some of that Karja sun? Find anything interesting?
I might have. Let's... Here it is. 1 Stormbird Talon.
Let's do it. I haven't had this much fun in ages. Watch and learn, Aloy. Only don't stare directly at the sparks. Okay, so I pretty much had to break her in half. But what's a staff? A stick. One thing I like about sticks, you can put them back together however you want.
Which you did. This thing looks a whole lot more dangerous.
She's better than dangerous. She's a genuine Varja special now. Take good care of her.
I've got what you asked for. Show me what you had in mind for the forge fire.
Finally! Was feeling like I neglected her, and that's a little too close to my family life. She's done, and she's yours. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Looks great. I almost expected you to turn it into a burning ropecaster or something.
Nah, she was close to perfect from the start. She's a Varja original, after all.
Remind me what we need to...
That Thunderjaw's man...
If I find anything...
You better.
There. Varja should be able to fix up the ice rail. Found the part. Ready to fix up that weapon?
I am always ready to fix up a weapon.
Never thought I'd be glad to see the inside of a Thunderjaw's mouth.
I sure am. Every machine's a big box of tools. Once they stop trying to kill you, that is. Trust me, Aloy. You won't recognize this ice rail when I'm through. There. Oh, she's perfect. A spear's a spear, right? Poke slash done. Boring. I adjusted the chill water flow, rebalanced here, strapped on a launcher, and now she shoots freezing spikes. Ta-da!
You weren't kidding.
More beautiful, more powerful. That's my guarantee.
Thanks, Varja. These 3 weapons are fine work.
Are you kidding? I can't remember when I had this much fun. I should be thanking you.
I'm the one walking away with the weapons, aren't I?
Seems wrong to charge you for giving me an opportunity to do what I love doing. Don't tell Pop I said that. Here, whenever I tinker with weapons, I go through fistfuls of this stuff. Maybe you'll get some use out of it.
on then. Machine flip. Fight or run. Red light means trouble. This really catches the eye.
Aloy! Hey, Aloy! Come to test yourself? Why else would you be out here?
For more. Choose a trial. The control trial tests only the wisest.
I'm done with
Then training's...
Training again so soon, 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗃?
Never met a hunter who wished they'd trained less. I guess I'm not in any hurry to go back to 𝗏𝗏𝗏. Not yet.
Do you want to talk about it? What happened at the glacier?
No, I'd rather fight through it. Take it in my teeth and be left with the taste of determination. How about you, Aloy? Up for a challenge?
So you know, I told the White Teeth what you asked.
What about my Lynn? Did they accept her?
They did.
As they should. She was strong. Really, I only feel pride for her. As for me, I always wanted to be a snow ghost. Free to do what I will.
What kind of challenge? A competition?
No, together. We'll use the hunting grounds, but my rules. 𝗚𝗺𝗶𝗴𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗚 fine with it. We'll take in as little as possible. My sling, your bow. You draw the machines to me so I can freeze them. And then you hit them when they're brittle. We'll fight until we run out of machines or you run out of arrows. That's the challenge.
Honestly, I'm more used to fighting alone.
And I'm more used to fighting alongside another. So put your spear beside mine, why don't you?
You freeze them, I shoot them. Doesn't seem so hard.
Really? Then you'll only need half as many arrows as I'd planned to give you.
Wait.
It shows I trust your aim. Do you trust mine?
You've really got to work for a 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 challenge, don't you?
That's the spirit. Come on, let's drop off our gear and go. Aloy, lure the machines back here and I'll freeze them. Don't worry, I don't miss.
Then I target them when they're vulnerable. Got it.
Come on, give me a real challenge. Another battle? Good enough with those things. So let's do better. Keep going.
Here we go.
We've almost mastered this challenge. that look easy. Here, you've earned this. Who taught you? Your mother? Sister?
His name was Rost.
Rost. Sounds very Nora. I can almost picture him. Stout as a tree.
And you?
Myself. I never knew my parents. There's a saying, an infant means 2 fewer hands to hunt with. That challenge was their gift to me.
It was a good challenge, 𝗚𝗺𝗃.
Think I should settle down? Start a hunting ground of my own?
I think you could do whatever you put your mind to.
Let's not say farewell. I've had enough of that to last me a dozen winters. I hope your song finds its proper end. But it won't be easy, will it?
Is it that obvious?
Fate's a long climb on a high cliff for people like you and me.
Ursus Americanus, the magnificent American black bear. Brought to you by Montana Recreations.
Beautiful. How fierce you must have been. That fur. You never even...
I hate to interrupt.
Oh, Yes. Hello, Well, an outlander at the Shrine of Forgotten Beasts. Welcome. I'm 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗀𝗃.
Aloy. The Shrine of what?
When the old world still breathed, a great man built a tiny totem to this beast and stored the visage inside. When the totem is placed on the pedestal, the animal is painted onto the empty air, and the beast lives again. Well, almost.
There are 7 pedestals. Where are the other 6 figurines?
I found this one in the wilds, remembered the indentations in the pedestals here, and saw how they matched the base of the totem. But as you say, it's one of 7, isn't it? The great Montana Recreations must have made more, but time has scattered them.
So these totems, the images they show are of animals that no longer exist. They're gone, like the old ones.
So it seems. To think such magnificent creatures are lost to us, that we never even knew they were here. We rely as much on beasts as we do on machines. For food, for warmth, but do we study them with the same fervor? I do. For example, I have this theory about foxes. Why do foxes have red fur? Think about what they eat.
Meat?
Raw meat. Bloody meat. See? Natural causation. Logical connections. It only makes sense.
You've thought a lot more about foxes than I have. I have 6 figurines like this one. Maybe these are what you're looking for?
light. I didn't know if I'd ever see the whole collection reunited. And look at them. They're beautiful. You've done a great thing, Aloy. These may represent the last record that any of these beasts ever lived. Take this. It's the least I can do. And come back any time. I and our animal friends await your return.
You said a great man made these figurines?
Indeed. He was, I believe, a student of the natural world. Like me. But surpassing my abilities 1,000 times over. The great Montana recreations. Perhaps the finest natural scholar the old world ever produced. His voice claims responsibility for the totems, the vessels for the knowledge he accumulated. I share his desire to understand the beasts, to catalog their behaviors and preserve their images. I like to flatter myself that I'm an apprentice of sorts, carrying on his work. Someday, perhaps, if I am persistent, I can earn his name. 𝗚𝗺𝗶 Recreations.
That's all I need to know.
Are you sure? You can never learn too much.
What warmth feels like out here. Strange tones in this stuff.
We should not pile his father's guilt onto the 𝗚𝗺𝗀𝗀 King's shoulders. These are different times.
They say Meridian is a place where your every need is met.
endless ideas about women.
How many great warriors do they have?
So, machines in the south suffer their own strength. Hunting, singing, studying the blue light. There are 1,000 ways to do them.
Ho!
tuck that away. Off I go! They know where I am. Ugh!